Hello, how's it going, everybody? Whoops. All right, so we're back with our little foresty forest that we made in this grassland area that we made last time. I am going to do quick checks with the sound first, as always. So just going to open this up in a new tab and mute all my volumes, so mic and speakers, just for 30 seconds. Give me a second. And we are back. Everything sounds great. All right. I hope everything is good with everyone who's watching. Hope you all had a great day and the night is winding down. I'm going to keep this a little bit closer to my mouth, because last time my volume was a little bit low. It is in the night here where I am. It is 11:30, so hello Andre, how's it going, brother? So where we last left off, we had all of this little grassy foliage going on here, and the last thing we did is we added this red grass. Now I was kind of torn about the grass, because while it is nice, it's one of those things where it's almost like a cheat code to get anything look alien-y. You just add red foliage and it just works, I guess. But I was trying to think how we could make it a little bit different. What do you think, Andre, about the red grass? What are your thoughts? Do you think it looks cool? Do you think it looks meh? Do you think it's... What do you think? Let's open up the master sequence so we can see the opening shot as well. We just quickly painted some of these grass trails. Arthur, who's our music guy, loved them. I like them, but it's one of those things where obviously these, like, not these exact shapes, because I just painted this like in a microsecond, but just the idea of having a lot of red grass. What should we do about that? So let's make our windows a little bit bigger to work. So what we do is actually first go in, select all the grass that we have, which I believe was in the Quixel folder, Quixel level, Quixel landscape, no, central area, I think. No, central area is just that. And then I hope it's not in persistent. No. There we go. So it's in Quixel landscape. So double click to get into that. And then go into foliage mode. And that way you can see the numbers on all the grass. And then go in and select all of them. and erase so we can do a better paint. So let's select all of them, go into erase, and then let's just erase things that are not part of that central area. So just all these red trails that we added here. I like the red vibe. There's something bloody about it. I think that's really cool, but I don't know if it feels strange when it's close up. From a distance, the first shot, it's good. Yeah, I think in the closer up shot too, lighting plays a big part, and it feels a little bit flat versus in the wider shot you see the variance in the lighting. So you're able to see the fact that here you see like there's sunlight, there's shadows, there's white, blue, there's a lot of dynamic lighting, so to speak, in that sense. But when you cut to the closer up shot, here it doesn't feel as much because the variance is not as high. So definitely lighting plays a big part in that. In some shots it looks cool, like when she gets shot, like right in this shot, I like the fact that there's this red trail going here, but I don't know if that works in every shot, especially the closer up ones here. Maybe I'll remove it from this area nearby and keep it in the further away ones. But even in this opening shot, obviously I still have to remove all of these because I just painted that just to see what it would be like. We should be more intentional about it. So I'm gonna make the brush a little bit bigger so we can see it. Something like that. And then we are going to erase all of it. And of course it's not erasing. Just make sure everything is checked. Yes, everything is checked. Set erase density to 1. Wait. 0 will remove all foliage, so this should be back to 0, I think. Yeah. So let's get rid of all these lines that we added last second. Let's make the brush a little bit bigger to encompass the entire area, so we're not missing. You don't want to miss like little chunks here and there, because then they're not even visible as often. You're just wasting resources on them. The other thing is also you could use unlit mode whenever you're painting and erasing. You'll see the speed at which you can move around is way better. So like it's almost near real time. You see how quickly my cursor's moving. I don't know if it's coming through with the stream, but if I do the same thing now with lit mode, you'll see, because it has to obviously render the shadows and reflections and all of that. So unlit is better whenever you're just doing something where you're not really caring about the final result. And then just maybe do like a quick pass like that to make sure you're absolutely getting rid of everything. You can also make the brush quite large to make sure you remove all chunks. It's hard to say, not an artist, but something cool with the red stuff. Definitely something real cool, no doubt about it. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I like the red stuff. It's just how to present it, I guess, because we don't have a lot of light items, light foliage that is also good. Like you can just spread it around, you know what I mean, everywhere. Something to be careful, we don't want to erase things from the central area. So this is the central area, just to keep that in mind. Only removing from here. Cool, so the numbers, you'll see them dropping down. So they drop from 2K to 44, 45, which is great. And then the ones that are there are basically in this area in the far back. That's at the far away hill. Cool. So now we go back to lit and it should be clear. Now let's go back in and see which ones were the ones that we made. So I remember the last thing that we did at the very end of the last stream was to, somehow it reminds me of the Star Wars scene, the one with the white and red, where the ships scratch the ground and leave those red trails. Yeah, so that's why that's the reason. Well, not that Star Wars scene exactly, but in general, like red white is a very dynamic color combination. Like whenever you're doing that, it immediately catches your eye. It's very simple but very powerful. Like when you have something that's pure white like that desert and then you scratch up red, your eye immediately goes to it. Like red just being obviously the color of blood makes us monkeys pay more attention to red in general, and danger, I guess, in general. So red is that thing that I feel like helps but should be used correctly. So in this case it would help, but yeah, just doing it the right way, I guess, is the biggest concern, so we're not just overusing the trope almost. But yeah, you're right, red and white are very good color combinations. So if you're ever in doubt and you're making, I don't know, poster or something, when in doubt, red and white. That's it. It makes most things look really nice. So let's go see which ones were the ones that we scaled up really large, because I remember the last thing we did was we scaled up this big patch of grass to really crazy size, like here, 2 to 5, I believe. So we'll just go through and see which ones were the ones that actually got that. And if it's all of them, then we'll just select all of them. But yeah, at one point you might see down here it'll say multiple values, which means it's not the same. Yeah, right there it changed. So I think these ones are not picking, so we select all of these, turn them on. Then this is the small grass. All of these are small grass. You can just use the arrow keys as well. This one is the big one. There's the big one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Alright. So we have the ones that we want selected, and just to test, just gonna quickly paint. Oh, a lot of grass. So let's remove that. Let's reduce the paint density. Because they're so large in size, you can get away with the fact that they're not as dense. So something like this. Go back to camera. Make the brush smaller to something like this. Then really being intentional with our lines, so we can reduce this even more. It's a bit too dense and the brush is a bit too big. It's also, I don't know if you've seen Horizon Zero Dawn, when the second one, there's a thing they have called blight, which is this sickness that's taking over the land, and that's also red in color. So red has been used quite extensively, but yeah, in nice ways rather than distracting ways, I guess. 0.01. And then go in and see, yeah, it's leaving a little bit of gaps here and there. It's not as dense, which is good. The brush is a bit too big still. 20. So this one, I think today's stream is going to be pretty chill, because it's just eyeing what works and making it look pretty. Almost thinking that the red could actually be I'm almost thinking that this red could actually be those puddles of water. Like you want to change these puddles to red. That's actually true. That's a good idea. However, we have one problem, which is this is part of a texture. So I'll show you what I mean. All right, let me connect to revision control first. Can open up Perforce, open up Discord. Hello, Will. How's it going? Thank you for joining. Hope all is well. All right, I am quickly going to log in to Perforce so I can sync my changes. Give me a second. I'm doing it off screen. Copy, close, close, paste. Okay. Kind of bloodshed. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We can try it out. Might have to do that change in Photoshop basically instead of Unreal. I'll show you what I mean. But that's could be a good idea. Could be that the water there is red. Let's see. Okay, so I should be logged in if I save now. All right, check everything out. So what I mean by the fact that the water change is not as quick is the fact that it's actually part of this landscape that they scanned, I guess, in Iceland or wherever, like the Quixel people. And as a result of that, I'll open this asset up so you can see it. Edit. So this is the asset itself. So you see what I mean? The water is part of this. So that's not to say that you can't tweak it. Obviously it's a texture as part of this shader here. So what you can do is go inside, find the texture map in the albedo. Actually, there might be a mask for it also, which will be perfect. Yeah, so we do have a mask for roughness. So you can turn RGB off. So you can turn R. It's not in the red channel, it's in the green channel. So if you look at the name in Unreal Engine, if you're trying to see these combined maps when each channel has different information and you want to know what is what, the quickest way is to just go inside and see the name of the map. So in this case, if I hover on top, it says at the very end of the name, it says 8K DPRF. DP, I believe, is displacement, R is roughness, and F, I'm not sure, could be for now, but the key thing is that G is roughness, and that's what we want. B has some things in it. Fuzzy, actually F is fuzzy, not fuzzy is a different kind of material inside of Unreal. Sometimes it doesn't render well, which this one didn't, so I had to turn that off. But it's usually useful when you have these grassy type assets. So in our case, we want the green channel, so it's perfect. We don't have to go and make that mask in Photoshop. What we could do is, instead of even going into Photoshop, we can try and make this as a part of the shader and see if we can put that through. So what we're gonna do is close all of these, select this one because we made our own material, and then inside of this material we're gonna say the green channel here, which is the mask. We're gonna take the saturation of the entire thing here, and after the saturation we are going to change the color, so we can set it to hue shift. So if you want to quickly disconnect any lines in the material editor, that's Alt left click, which is pretty handy shortcut. So you just go Alt and left click and it will disappear. So we want the texture to go back in. So anytime you want to make like a slider for turning a value on and off. You usually use a node in Unreal called lerp, which is basically like A side you give one value, B side you give another value, and then something decides the mix between the two. Kind of like, I believe, factor in Blender. Or mix, I think, one of the two. But that's the idea with this. So what we will do is one will be this one, the other one will be the default, and then the deciding factor for this would be our mask. So the mask goes into alpha, and then how much to shift the color would be here. So you can set this as hue shift. We just made a parameter, so we can change that outside, and then drag the lerp back into base color. And just like that, when we save, we should have a functioning material that can change watercolor. Let's see how strongly it changes it, because we might have to blur that map a little, which is when we'll have to leave this and go back into Photoshop. So let's go back into our main material. Let's look at an area where the water is, and then hue shift it. There we go. So you'll see the changes only happen in the area where the water is, which is perfect. So now the changes should have applied to all of the pieces, and if they don't, usually there is a second material that's being used in another piece. So you could just select that one, double click, should use the same master material, so you can just go in and apply the same value there. So let's actually find the color of red first that looks correct from this angle. So I'm gonna go back into this guy, and let's tweak until we actually see red. So this is blue, pink, and then red. So it only applied to some of them, not all of them, which is interesting to keep in mind. And this is why making maybe a mask outside might be better. I think the reason why they're shifting differently is because they're, by default, they're not at the same color. So if I set this back to 0, you'll see that this is very blue, and this is very like light green, essentially. So they both won't change at the same values. So it's kind of a bummer, because if they were the same value, you could tweak them. So what you could do first, while trying to stay inside the engine and not having to go outside in Photoshop, congratulations, you're a smart guy. Yeah, I almost went to Photoshop to make that mask by hand, but I thought, let's just take a look and maybe see if we can create a shortcut. So what we're trying to do, as you can see, if we turn this off, is this body of water is very light blue and green, but this one is like orange green. Same thing with this one, it's also orange green. So as a result, when you hue shift it, they will always shift at a variance to each other, essentially. So what we're trying to do to get them both to turn red is, instead of hue shifting, we can assign the red on top of them. So we're not shifting the hue, we're just giving them the red color. So instead of hue shift, we're going to delete this method that we have. The other thing we're going to do is we will first desaturate that. So we'll do another desat and just set it to a value of 1. So it's completely desaturated. And if you anytime want to preview that particular node, you can right click, start previewing, just to see what it's doing to the overall shader. So it's desaturated here, and then after desaturating, you can multiply that by the red color. So this way all the lakes are the same color instead of having different colors. And now that it's set to, let's say, something like this. Red, you can set this as a tint, water tint. I guess it's because the image albedo is representing the depth of the puddle. Correct. Yeah, that's why when they scanned it from high up with the drone, the deep, really deep lakes, because this is a large piece of landscape, it's not small, it's supposed to be like kilometer wide or something, so that's why all of those were deep lakes, and then the light green stuff was shallow water. You're right. So we have our water tint, and then this goes into A. So now if we stop viewing this and look at our final result, we might have to switch the inputs of, there we go, that works. So we have our thing, and then if you don't want to pump the desaturation all the way, you can also mix and match to create variations with red. So instead of hue shift, I'll call this water albedo desat. So now, because it's set to value of 0, there is no desaturation happening, so it's multiplying the red to the light green, keeping it into that warm tone because it was already like warmish green. But then here the blue and the red are multiplying into each other and it becomes black, and that's why you're seeing black there with this. Richik Patacharji, add another multiply node to the water. Right, yeah. If you add another multiply node to the water tint color in order to control the intensity, Richik? Is that why you're suggesting to add another multiply? To get brighter red if needed. So this actually brings me to a quick little trick that I can show you. What you're suggesting is correct. So just to show everyone what Richik is suggesting is, if you wanted to have brighter red or darker red but still have red, you can add another multiply here, kind of like this, and then add another value here. You can call this water tint brightness and then do it this way. But I'll show you something, Richik, which might be a quicker, faster way, a dirtier way. Don't do this officially, but instead of making an extra value, what you could do is just use the value node inside of the red in order to boost the brightness of the overall color. And what I mean by that is you can close all this, and anytime you click on to the color itself here, there is this V value which represents the overall intensity of the color. It's currently set to 1, which is why you see this kind of red. And if you want to make it more red, which is what that multiply would do, you would just set this to 5 here. And this way you don't have to add a secondary multiply. But obviously this is more if you're working by yourself and you don't really care much. But if you're working with other artists and you want to give them a nicer material, yes, 100% you should add another multiply node. But this is how I quickly do it. Now there is a caveat to this method, which is also the fact that because it is brighter than 1, it becomes emissive. Well, technically it becomes emissive in the shader math logic, in terms of mathematically something going beyond 1 should become emissive. However, in our case, in case of actually emissive as in emitting light, it's not going to do that, because the material's emissive here is not connected to anything. So you're just making the value brighter without actually making it emit. So that might be a good way as well. So this is what I usually do. And if you ever wanted to drop it back, let's say make it really dark water, you can just set this to 0.2. And that way you still have the tint of red, but not too much. So hopefully that helps. Let's check this out. And then make sure our desaturation for the water is set to 1, so that it's all red and it's desaturated, like the original albedo is desaturated. So save that, close that. Check this out. And then this is handy, thanks. Yeah, There's lots of tips and tricks like this, Richard, in the previous live streams. So feel free to check them out if you haven't. This is the 7th stream, 6th for this particular environment. But yeah, hopefully that helps. You can double click. Let's see. Now, obviously, because this is water and we're reflecting at a very shallow angle, you're not going to see the red as brightly, Andre, as you wanted, because the environment is reflecting into the water puddle, which technically makes sense. You could make this really bright to make it go beyond something like that. So that's when you will start seeing red. But then the only thing is it will look correct here at this angle. Then when you go top down nearby to where the camera was, it might be a bit uneven. But I think it's kind of interesting. Maybe having those grow around here might be cool too, kind of like the grass picks up on this red pigment that flows here. That'll be a cool little part of the story. So let's see how far we can push. If you really wanted to, you can push it harder in order to get more red into the thing, or you can even drop the roughness of the water, but I wouldn't do that because that is what makes it look nice. That breakup in roughness is nice. So let's do the same here. Let's make it super red. Let's see what that looks like. It looks good as hell, but it didn't have the impact we had. Yeah, still it didn't hurt either. Yeah, it's not like the grass, and the reason for that is, I'll tell you why, because the grass, when it's added, it makes for, like, obviously it has ambient occlusion and shadows to itself, so as you add it, the top of the grass catches light but the bottom of it stays dark, which creates that nice 3D red volume effect. But with water it didn't have the same feeling because it's just flat and it's uniformly red wherever it is going that way. So if I try to maybe like drop it down to not so red values, we might have a little bit of a luck with realism, so we're not making it super red, just red enough, I guess. And then having the grass growing around it might be a cooler option rather than trying to add red through. But this is a good idea. I do like the fact that it makes it a little bit more alien-y. Yeah, for sure. Cool. All right. So just checking if I didn't miss any of these water puddle materials. This one I missed. This one is the original one, so we have to change that. So I'm gonna pick my landscape material, select it, and then select this guy and then assign it. There we go. Cool. I think we got most of them. This piece here. Okay, I see it's the difference. I'm also looking at this line here where the light green ends and the dark green starts. Might be a good time to blend those two with an intermittent element that is not as bright and not as dark. Whenever you're duplicating, always remember to change your level if need be. This one is in the correct level, so we'll just duplicate. Let's move it here. Then when you scale it in Z, it becomes uneven, which allows you to blend it at different elevations, kind of like this. So you might want to scale it sometimes in order to get it to look like patchwork basically. And then because there are different colors, we're gonna make a copy of this. Select this, browse. So in the content browser on the second screen, I'm just making a copy of it, calling it copy 1. And then we're gonna change the albedo a little bit on this. So actually, let's reduce the saturation. We might want to boost the overall gamma of this whole thing. So another thing, let's see if they exist here, because they do for at work, like where I worked, we have a color correction material function, which is pretty useful because you can just drop that in and do all the gain, gamma, contrast, offset, all of that in one go. I don't know if there's one from Megascans that comes in from their master materials that we could just use. Map adjustments. No. Oh, it doesn't, but if it was, maybe that's something to keep in mind next time. Then comes the annoying guy in the middle of the night saying, but if I measure, it won't be physically accurate. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Right, so what I'm trying to do on this one is assign, first of all, this one. Go in here, and then for saturation, go back to something like this. Might want to add a hue shift just for the default texture. Hue shift. Add that to the texture. Add this into saturation. Then convert this, call it hue shift base albedo. Merge that in. By default 0, which is good. And then another one for making the brightness change. So since we're not actually, let's just tint it. So this is why I don't make brightness sliders more often than not. I just make tinting sliders because it does 2 in 1 thing. So we don't have to create multiple things for brightnesses. So this one I'm just gonna call it base color overlay tint. Set this to white, which means it's gonna do nothing. And then save. And now hopefully we should be able to blend those two pieces together. So we come back here, come back here, come back here. All right, we connected everything correctly. Percentage, no, set to 0. Right. In this desat node, we have to connect this multiply instead. I believe we accidentally connected this incorrectly. So there was one for desaturating the entire thing, so we don't want to undo this. just to get this sat node to connect back where it was, because it's going to change the look for all the different pieces that we had already set up before. So I'm just going to go back just to see where that was connected before we came in and added the U shift. Okay, it was connected to 1 minus x. So now that you've seen that, you can always redo everything basically. And we'll go in and make that change quickly after everything is redone. Alright, so these don't need to go here. This needs to go here. This needs to go into the actual texture. And now it should be correct. Back to what it was. Okay, cool. Yep, we're back to where it was. And now we have new options here. So we can go in here and then hue shift this if we wanted to. Just make it a little bit greenish. And this way it's actually nice because we added a desaturation to the water before we added the tint to it. You can just switch this to whatever color and the water will never change. You're only hue shifting the ground instead of the water basically. And then we can add a tint that negates the saturation level on this. You can also drop the saturation down. And then you can increase the value here to make it blend better. So something like this, you can see that it blends into that other piece much nicely. So what we could do is make this a little bit larger, so the patches that are going from this green to this aren't just localized within that area. It feels like it's extending past that. So let's scale this inside. Let's make the water on this not so saturated, so maybe 2. And this is why kit bashing with these large chunks is nice, because you can reuse the same thing over and over, elevate it, and then patch in some other areas, and it will always look slightly different. Let's make that change to these guys as well. So I'm just gonna select this guy, select its material, select the brown one that we have here, and then assign it to that, and we get a little bit more green coming out. Same thing with this. Select this, assign that, select this, assign that. Okay, now we might be making it very uniform, which is something we don't want. It's good to have a little bit of breakup of color, but not too much. So we're gonna still add a little bit of brightness to it. So we're not gonna change the tint to it, just make it a little bit brighter. Okay, that got too bright for all of them. So let's undo. Save this. And then make it even larger, so it extends in this way. And inside of this material, we're gonna make sure that we don't change the green. To be like, the idea is to get it within this color of green as well. So we will move this around until we get to that green. Something like that. And you can see the blending point that was a problem before is now a little bit better. Now, this here is looking extra warm. Rather want it to be green instead of the warm tinge that it has, because that's definitely not ideal. So we will select this again, find the material, and then in this one do the same thing. Just multiply a little bit of green into this. Kind of like that. So it's got just variants of green, basically, essentially. So it's not like nature's never like a single patch, usually this kind of mossy landscape. So all right, so now we have like a nice trail of red that just goes that way, which is good. And then we can add more here if need be, but for now let's try to paint some let's try to paint some grass around here. So let's go back to foliage. Our grass is already selected, which is great. Now that is 2. Let's see. So the other reason why I also scaled this to be this large at the end of the last stream is because the problem with foliage is if it's the really small foliage like we have here, right? This will start disappearing the further back you'll go. So like right here you'll see. I'll just do it slowly so you can see. So let's look at this one here. I'm gonna start going back. And right about here you'll see it starts thinning out, and then eventually it vanishes. So as a result, this grass would do the same, but you have to go further back. So it might be better sometimes that you should just make sure that the foliage is either larger for this shot so that at this distance it doesn't disappear. The other thing that you could also do, especially for static meshes that you're using, like grass and trees and whatnot, I'll show you a quick tip. You can find where this asset is. So let me go back to foliage. Let's just pick one of them, double click to open it, and you'll find this one in static mesh editor. If nanite is enabled, which it's not, so that's not the problem, but a lot of times if you have nanite enabled and you have really fine geometry but a lot of it, kind of like trees for example, like leaves, if you go further back out it will make all those leaves vanish. And the solution to that isn't the fact that the foliage is doing that, is the fact that the nanite triangles are so small that they're disappearing. But because there's a lot of them, meaning a forest, there's a lot of leaves, you do want to have that, otherwise the whole forest foliage would just disappear. So if you do have nanite enabled for them, you can click this preserve area checkbox. This makes things heavier, but it also helps preserve the overall volume of an object, so that when you go further back, even though it might have really small triangles, we're telling Unreal that despite the fact that the triangle is really small, you can reduce the amount of triangles but don't lose the overall volume of the object. That's what this does. So in our case it's not the problem, but this actually brought up another good point, which is to check how much is nanite, because the grass is clearly not nanite. So we can go back into our nanite view and we can just see which patches are showing up that are not nanite. So that's the landscape which is poking through here. But other than that, it's just the grass that's not nanite. So let's go ahead and make it nanite. That'll make it go a little bit faster in terms of rendering. So it's not lagging as we're painting more and more polygons. So to do that, we're going to go back to foliage, just find the folder where all of this exists. So right here, and then sort by static mesh. So it's all of the static meshes. Right click. Always save before you do this. Hello Steel, how's it going? Right click, nanite, and enable. Then give that a second. My PR invite today. Congrats, bro. Nice. Good job. Where's the emoji? I'll spam some. It's a hard emoji spam time, everyone. Congratulate Steel, anyone who's here in real time. He just got permanent residency invite for like being a resident. Essentially, he's been working hard as a sous chef in a restaurant. Sous chef, is it Steel? Did I get it right or did I fuck it up? So my boy's been working hard and finally got through. I'm happy for you, bro. It's so crazy. I still remember you being back home deciding whether you, as you're about to come, you're like planning all these things, and look at you now. You're already here, you got your job, you're doing good. Happy for you, bro. Yeah, congrats. I'm not ecstatically loud because people are sleeping around me, but I am happy for you, bro. Alright, so I'm gonna check all of this out. Head chef in a year, that's right. Good job. Head chef, we're gonna come to your restaurant. We're gonna order everything on the menu. Do you get to make your own signature dish, or do you still have dishes from the corporate that you have to follow still? All right. So now that we have everything nanite, let's go in here, triangles, make sure. Yep, everything is nanite, perfect. Go back to lit. So I start painting a little bit of that red grass. Indy really knows his way around those fancy restaurants. Okay, Andre saw me one time celebrating my anniversary with my wife in a slightly nicer restaurant, and he won't let it go. He thinks I dine at fine restaurants, which, by the way, it's my personal pet peeve. Whenever they come up with like dishes where it's like a massive plate but really small thing inside, it always makes me feel like I get it that it's a dining experience and not to actually fill your tummy up, but I always find it funny. I am broke. The only thing I know is double burgers with cheddar and bacon. No, and pizza too. You forgot the pizza. Alright, so I'm just going in, keeping a very low density, and then just painting, because I know we're going to be looking at it from a side view, so it will stack up against itself. And all this area is really nice because it's got these little patches of green that I'm just going to fill up to make it look like this red stuff just grows around the red water bodies. We might then go in and put some red plants sticking out here and there out of this, which I think would help so that it's not very uniform grassy red. All right. Yeah, maybe adding it here. So as you're adding it further that way, it might be smart to scale this up in size, because like if you're painting grass here, you're gonna have to paint a lot before you actually see it, and sometimes, like I said, it will just clip because you're so far away. So scaling it will help because the triangles will be larger, so Unreal will not clip it as hard. So let's select all the ones that are active and then control select all of this. Make sure that all of that has the same scale, which is 2:5. So we're going to say, let's say 3:7, just to see what it looks like, if it's visible or not from a distance, like you want it to be seen here. So if I full screen and I undo what I just painted, yeah, you should be able to see, oops, parts of it like that. So something like this, hopefully. Looks a little better. Oops. You don't want to cover everything up, so I'm just painting it scarcely. You can also line it along the areas where the texture changes very strongly. Like in this case, there's this piece of rock here that's jutting into the ground very abruptly. So having grass stick on that edge makes it look like it can't grow up there, but it's growing down here, essentially. I like this part of Unreal Engine where you're just doing your thing. Just full screen and paint some foliage. How's everyone? Wow, all-time high. Eight concurrent viewers we have. What was the number we talked about last time? Still, I forgot. 24 for a 12-hour stream, I think. So if we get 24 concurrent viewers for, let's say, how long? If they last 30 minutes, 24 concurrent viewers, I will live stream for 12 hours non-stop. Just build something in one go, just one session. That's the challenge, everyone. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please hit that like button. Go watch the other streams if you like some of the little tidbits that I toss here and there. So I'm just painting along these ridge lines to make it a little bit natural compared to what I had initially, which feels very haphazard. And then we'll go in and create some variations. The other reason why it also feels very uniform is it's all uniformly red. If it was real life grass, you'll have a lot of grass that's just dead. And in that case, it's not all gonna be red. There's gonna be, just like how real life grass, it's not all green at all times, you know. Sometimes it's just dead. So it's like brown, or in this case you have to imagine, I guess, like a darker shade of red. Or yeah, I guess brown. So I'm surprised that the grass at this scale is still visible at that distance that I'm painting at. trying to create these lines. Might have to make it bigger because we're really far back. I'm painting quite a lot in order to see it. So what we're gonna do is make it even bigger, 7 to 12, 13. And then continue painting, which will scale the grass up, so you're gonna have to paint less of it. So this is a nice little hack, but obviously this only works from the shot camera. You can't do it everywhere. But this is how, when I'm painting for these wide shots and I want the foliage to be visible, like for example, if you watched the Blooms of Arachnis trailer, there's an opening scene where the guy is running down, and then there's a shot where the camera goes up and reveals the settlement. Like right before he enters the settlement, there's a massive wheat field in front. Let me show you what I mean. That whole thing was so massive, like the size of the grass. Blooms of Arachnis. So this is this concept, but in action. If you guys haven't seen this trailer, please go check it out. I spent 3 months making this. It's one of my favorite works so far. So in this shot right here, this is a wheat field to showcase like the settlement farms or whatnot. But all of this is really far back, even though it looks like it's like this is close, but like the back ones, they're really far back. So these ones here, they're close to actual height of what you would see like wheat plant would be like. But as I'm going further back, it's not all painted at the same level of height. So the further ones, that entire patch is much taller and scaled up, and as a result, it shows up despite the fact that it's far away. So that's a good little trick whenever you're painting foliage. There are console variables in Unreal Engine where you could just use that in order to just make the actual foliage, no matter how big or small it is, you could just make the foliage visible at a larger distance. But I try to not use that because it's very powerful in terms of if you crank that too high, you just won't be able to render, because you're rendering every small grass blade that's like super far away. So doing this trick is better because you're still painting foliage, but you're just painting it in a much larger scale. So if I was to place this guy next to that wheat field, like the tall one, it'll be like 2 times his height or something, which is crazy, but it works from the camera's perspective. So same thing as what we're doing here. Cool. If anyone has any questions or just want to ask anything, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep painting and working on our thing. What if, let me turn the red on the water off just to see what it would look like against the contrast of blue. So I'm going to take a screenshot and then select this guy again, browse, and then turn the water tint off, and then turn the water desat off, set this to 0, set this tint. So a lot of times if you want to just turn things on and off from a master material to the material instances that you're spawning, a lot of times you just want to a lot of times people ask me like, oh, if I could just change things here, why does Unreal give these checkboxes here? Especially like, why am I checking twice? You know, like let's say if I was to check the two-sided, I can just check this two-sided box here. Why am I checking this too? The reason for that is to quickly see something on and off in a toggle state. So in our case, if we wanted to quickly turn the color corrections that we did to the water just to see what it would look like in its original state, right now I can't do that. If I turn this off, you can see it still retains a little bit of the red from it. And the reason for that is when you're making your master material, you want to make sure that the master material does not have any default values. So in our case, the water tint was already applied in the master material, which is why you're able to see that even though I turned it off. So what you should do is just set this back to, let's say, white, and that way it's just multiplying by white, which is just 1, value of 1, so it doesn't matter. So now when I save, I can see that it has returned back to the original value. So something to keep in mind is you can turn these values off so that by default, even the water albedo desaturation, you can say no, there is no desaturation, so you can set it to 0 and then save that. So that way everyone will have it at 0. This will just be default, and if anyone wants to go in and check, you can go in and then make the change that you want. So then I can make it red, for example, set it to value of 5, and then also set the deset to 1 to then get the water that I want. So that's a quick tip. So let's turn this off. Let's turn that off. And then the water goes back to being blue. Let's do that for the other copies. And double click, set this to 0, turn this off, save. And then this third one off, 0. So now there should be no red water. I'm gonna F9 to take another screenshot and then open that up to then we can just look at it as a picture, see what it looks like. So what do you think, Andre? So red water versus blue water. Or maybe some other color. Thinking the water works better the way it was originally. The red water didn't. Yeah, you're right. I think the grass being red and the water just being blue is better. Yeah. I like it the way it was. But, I mean, we have the option. If you wanted to give it any kind of crazy color, you can. Maybe what you can do is not desat it and then add a tint, which will create variations because the original water has different albedo values. So if I turn this on, let's see. Let's turn this off. So in this case, if I go in here, set it back to 1, Let's turn this on, desat it. So it is being desaturated. And now if we change this back to 1, and then I think maybe keeping it as is but increasing the value of the water might be a nice breakup. Like right now, I just have the value set to 5, but even the default water tones or even a white water tone that we had made it more prominent so you can see it more obvious. So it's almost like calcium type water. Or you can keep it to the blue that it was, but maybe not as intense, but just brighter, I think is nicer. Yeah, something like this I think is nicer, just a tinge of blue, but it's brighter water versus the default value. Thank you, Will. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you joining. Have a good one, brother. So setting this back to 5 versus 1, do you see the difference? Like all these smaller water bodies become way more visible. Yeah, I think this is a good value. Now, one thing to also keep in mind whenever using this method, the hex codes will now stay at 1, even though technically you have some color value here, but because you went past the value of 1 here, anything past that is technically white, but you are introducing still a tinge of color. So it's one of those odd circumstances where you can't really copy paste the value here, at least in the hex code, because it will just read 1. But yeah, let's see what all colors could be good for the water. Yeah, of all the colors that I'm trying, I think personally that color that I had before looks nicer. Which is basically this light blue, almost white but with a tinge of blue. When it shifted to that white, kind of like chocolate, it looked pretty cool too. Give me something like this. This is cool, but I think the contrast between these two is a bit too much. Like it doesn't feel like water anymore. It feels like slate, like marble essentially. You know what I mean? Like if you were to watch it, it feels like slate marble because it's reflective like marble. doesn't feel like water. You see, as I'm moving around, versus I think if we add a tinge of blue to it, like we're used to seeing water being blue, but it's not super blue. And then from a distance it looks nice against the red. I'm gonna go with something like this for now. We can change it after. So just to remember, this quick way to do it is 198 and 0.536, and then save. Control Shift S, and then do it for the other one. Set this to 1. Water. Select 198, and what was the other one? Um, 198 and 0.536. 198 0.536, and then make this bright, because now that it's not red, you can really push this value to make it look like the water's just catching a really strong reflection or something. You know what I mean? Why is this applying to everything? I guess because the mask is not a pure black and white mask. That's why you're seeing it coming through everything the stronger the value gets. Yeah, that's why this whole patch of land is turning blue, because the mask is not pure black and white. So I guess in the end, we do have to add contrast to this. So one thing you could do is, still without leaving this and going to Photoshop, you can go up here, the mask that you're bringing in into G, into this lerp, you can add a contrast node to it, and you can use this one, cheap contrast. So what that will do is it'll make it really black and white, so you're not getting the color changes that you're doing for the water spill over to the landscape. So set this to value of in, and then the amount of contrast, control contrast, and then connect this here, and then save. Hello Mahdi, Bashiri, how's it going? Thank you for joining again. I appreciate you joining every time. So now we come here and increase the contrast. You'll see that the landscape will lose the blue tinge and only the water will have it. See? I went back to green. Versus if I set it to 0, it will start catching a little bit of the blue. And if I set it to -1, everything will be blue. And that's because we have negated the contrast entirely, so that map is no longer a black and white map for where the water is. Everything is white basically. So that's a quick way of doing these changes. So let's just set it to 1 for everyone. Same thing with this material here. So again, you can see the blue tinge. Set this to 1 and that blue tinge goes away. Set this to 1 here too, and then save all. Now when we view this far away water, it's still there, but we have it at a really high value like 5, and we don't have to worry about the fact that it will spill over. So at 0 you don't see anything, 1 is default, 2 is good. I think it shouldn't be like 5 or 10, like that catches the eye way too strongly. So just like something subtle, like 3. Looks great. Thank you, brother. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the kind words. I asked you last time, I think you might have missed on it. Where are you joining from, brother? What part of the world? Let's do the same for this guy. Let's add a tint. And let's make the tint be what it was before, which is 198 and 0.536. And then just quickly check who is using this material. So you can just set it to 100 for a second. That'll make it really bright. So these patches are the ones that are using that material. Set it to 50, set it to 20. Reduce the blue maybe a little bit. Having these kind of little pockets of brighter values is always nicer, but not everywhere, just some places. Especially because the water is what the sky is reflecting, so you can't have it be too blue when everything up here is just white. So let's reduce the saturation a little bit more. Okay, and then save. So I think it's coming together. I think it's looking good. Let's go back to our foliage mode. So let's fix this shot. So I think the number one thing with this shot before you even touch the foliage is the lighting itself, because I feel like it needs to be tweaked per shot, which is something I didn't want to do. But I really like the way it looks in the wide shot. I think the amount of faded sunlight it's hitting here, it's nice. But in this shot, because we're inside of that sunlight now, everything is very uniformly lit, which doesn't look as nice. Might have to drop the value a little bit. So what you do is find where the sunlight is. So go up, find the spotlight, make sure that's the one, turn it on and off. And then maybe let's just turn everything off, just to see where all the lights are coming from. So this is just from the ultra dynamic sky. And you also have to keep in mind that there will be a grade that goes on top of this. So this is not the ultimate level of contrast. It's better to get flatter looking renders out of Unreal so that you can then grade them, versus if you do really strong contrast and grades here, it'll become even harder to negate that if you would want to do that later. So in our case, the spotlight that's coming in, let's add that to the sequence. Selected actor at spotlight. So what I'm doing is just adding it here to the actual sequence, and then since this will be rendered with path tracing, let's save everything and see for a second what it does. Yeah, getting the shadows and all of this to work and path tracing is going to be a pain, but we're just doing our part. So with this light added in the sequencer, what I would do is, let's see if we drop the value first. So if I was to set this to 0, it's kind of like that. Then Let's go in here. Lower the exposure a little bit, and then maybe add that light back to make it slightly more moody, I guess. But the shadows are obviously too strong. So what we could do is double check that it is a big light. It is. It's good. And then you could also add the transform of that light into the sequence so that you can move that later if need be. So we can add that transform, and then for the start of the scene you can set a keyframe for the transform. Go back and go into the game settings, get our exposure back. And what I'm trying to do is get that light's angle at a different angle basically coming in. So I'm gonna open up the transform, open up the rotation. And then just play with the lighting. So something like that versus what we had before where all of the landscape in the back. So I'm not looking at her. What I'm looking at is the landscape behind her. So that just becomes flat. For example, here, everything is uniformly lit, which makes it not as interesting versus there's a gradation, something like this, meaning this nearby landscape is a little bit bright, but then it drops off in value. That makes it look slightly different. Or if I move the spotlight entirely, so now there's light in the background but not on her, that creates that variation as well. So that's the key thing with lighting, I guess, because we're lighting at a very top down angle. What you could do is also rotate and move it away to get some nicer shadows going. Now obviously all this will be tweaked towards the end as well, but while doing our foliage we still need to know what the rough idea with the lighting will be, so we're not just so like there she looks good but the landscape looks flat completely because the shadows are gone. This is very rim lit. And just like everything else, there's like 101 ways of doing the same thing, but you have to know what works best for most things rather than for everything. this feels very spotlighty because it's coming directly on top of her and hiding her face, which you definitely don't want. Alright, before we do anything else, let's fix this guy, because every time we go to him, he just renders black. So, first of all, we have to find him, where he's standing. Just select him. And then find him in the sequence. So go back out. This is in C. So open up C. Over here, select the villain, press F. So he's in like dead center here in the middle of the forest, so we're gonna have to obviously move him a little bit so that we see what's going on. Make sure our exposure is set to game settings. So here we have him and the camera, which, let's see where the camera is that's looking at him. Scene a camera actor right here. So there's two things you could do, obviously, depending on how you want to present this. He is hiding and he's not going to be obviously completely directly visible. He's going to be hidden in the darkness, so to speak. So you don't want him like completely in the light, but at the same time you don't want him pitch black darkness as well where you can't see anything. So you could go in, add a spotlight on top to light him, or you could also move him. In our case, before we move him, let's see what this area is, just to see what kind of background we will get with him. And I hope we don't have a crash. It's a pretty good chance it's gonna crash. I think I saved everything. Well, there you go. Crashed. Send and restart. Alright, I will be back in 2 minutes while this opens up. Just gonna hit okay, there you go. This is opening. I will be right back. So Unreal has opened up after the crash. Let's open up our level overview. So I was thinking on the break, what we could do is, right now what we're doing is we have spotlights that we're using in order to throw light onto the character and basically make it look like the sky is cloudy, but it's got open spots here and there, so you're getting some sunlight coming through, which really helps you bring the viewer's attention to certain areas of your scene. However, the problem with spotlights is, in order to move them around, because they don't have a target that they're pointing to, where you could just be like, keep pointing on that target, and then you just move the entire spotlight around. Kind of like, I think in Maya, if you press T with the spotlight, you enter the target mode where its point of view stays the same, like the target that it's looking at, and then you can move the spotlight around. You can't do that here in Unreal Engine, and we really want to see the different angles at which sunlight could come towards her. So I think what we could do is, instead of using spotlights for now, just as a temp exercise, also be a good thing to showcase to you guys, we could use a directional light with some cloud shadow texture type thing inside of it, and as a result of that, we will be able to quickly rotate a directional light, because the directional light is always parallel, it's always coming down. All you have to do is work with its rotation, not with the actual translation of the light itself, which is a good thing. So if I go back into here, I hope you guys can see. All right. Go all the way down to rendering for this light. Sorry, where was it? Visibility. Turn that on. So we have a directional light in the scene already, but the thing is, obviously it's casting light everywhere, which defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do, which is to create moody lighting. It just lights everything uniformly. So what we can do is add a light function inside of this. So let's say we are here. Like, you can see some nice shadowing with directional lights, which spotlights don't do, like stuff like that. But obviously you don't want to make it too happy if everything is beautifully sunlit, and then it all just looks flat overall, even though you have shadows in the foliage, on the rocks and all of that. So it kind of looks interesting, but you just want a hint of it. So first thing you could do is just go in and change the intensity. So let's say instead of 10, it's just 1 lux, and then browse through. But again, obviously it's a little bit flat still. So what we're gonna do is create a texture that we can add here in the light function material. Sometimes some things already come with it. 2D cloud shadows, for example. Let's see, this is the one from material function. This is the one that comes with the ultra dynamic sky, the one that they're using. 2D, but this is a bit too complex the way it is built. But we can obviously browse through and see if there are ones that are already present in the scene. If there are, we don't have to make one. Let's say cloud. Oops. And what light functions are, I'll just show you once I have a good one in here already set up. If it's not, we can just make one, but I'm just trying to see if we can find one. Spring landscape. Engine sky. So I usually like hover on top of each name and you can see where the location is to know where the material came from, which is useful. So in our case, we didn't find any. So let's make a light function. So, and again, while lighting will happen towards the end again, this is more to do with the fact it will inform our decision of the foliage painting that we're doing, as long as we have a rough idea of the lighting. Doesn't have to be the final lighting, but as long as it's within the thing that we're going for. So I'm just gonna quickly make a material, call it cloud shadows. So right here we made a material, we save. And then in here, in order to make a light function, you have to change the type of the material from opaque to, not opaque, from surface to light function. This way, the only pin that's visible is the emissive, meaning anything that is black the light will not fall there, and anything that is white, light will fall there. So it's a way of controlling lights through textures, essentially. So let's say, just to demo this, if I use a checker pattern, let's use noise directly, because that's what we're going to end up with anyways. So in texture, if I go to cloud, see if we can find a 2D cloudy like texture that we can use. And let's see, clouds diverse. Double click to open that and see what the different patterns are. So R looks like that, G looks like that, B is kind of nice, and then A looks like that. So B was the nicest, so we can connect a B in here, for example, and then save, and then close. And then you can just drag this into your light and it should work. However, I think, let's see, there's a good chance. Oh, it did work. So obviously the texture is a little faded, so the change wasn't as obvious. You can add a contrast to it to just quickly see it more strongly. Select this, put this in, convert this to contrast, and then save it. We're not going to make that change here, as we discussed before. Instead of changing in the master material, it's better to change it outside in the material instance so that you can turn it on and off to see what it's doing. And then instead of assigning this, we're going to assign a material instance of this. So I just created a material instance in my content browser outside on the second screen, and then drag that in here. And now we can tweak this guy, set this to 1, and then the change of the lighting should be a little bit more obvious. You can also make the light really bright to see the change. So obviously there's fog in the sky as well, so it's making everything diffuse as well. But you can see the area where it's not lighting, like right here. That's the shadow of a cloud. So I can turn that on and off. You can see the difference. Actually, never mind. The cloud texture is actually really small, because I was like really far up and I'm like, what's that repeating pattern? That's actually the cloud texture. So it's not as big. So we have to add, what we were seeing before is actually a result of light being clipped. So as I zoom back out, you'll see the shadow is vanishing and everything is getting flatter. And that's just the directional lights effect being clipped at that distance. But in real life, this is the cloud shadow that we are talking about. So what we need is a tiling function to make it larger. So you could make your tiling, but most people aren't aware that you can just use the one that comes with the Megascan. So you just have to type MF and then tile, and you'll find it. And then all you have to do is just plug that directly in here, so you don't have to build all the same repeating tiling functions. They're just there in here ready to go. So you can check that, and then now set this to, let's say, 0.1 and 0.1, and that makes the overall texture larger. And that's how you can create these kind of really cool variations that might not look cool from this kind of an angle, but within this kind of an angle it would look better. And then what you can also do is add a panner to this. So to this one you can't, obviously, because it's a material function, but you could go in and steal these things so you don't have to make them by hand. So let's say we select all of this. Well, we don't need the rotation. If you needed, you could copy that one too. We just need the text coordinate, the tiling offset, the append for tiling XY, multiplying that into this, and then the append going into this. So basically everything except so these two appends are good, this multiply is good, this add is good, and this divide is meant for the rotation stuff. We don't need that. So you can just go in and copy all of this. And again, you don't have to do this. You're only doing this because you want to add a panner, and the panner is going to make the texture animate essentially and move, kind of like clouds. So you can just plug this back in and delete this, and it's like nothing would have changed. It'll be exactly the same. So if I save this, you'll notice in here we still have our tiling continued. So now what you can do is press tab and type panner, and the coordinate that you were making before, that can actually go in here now, and this can go here. So the moment you will see this on a 2D surface, you need to plug the time function in, because that lets it animate over time. So the moment you plug that in, now the speed function can be controlled. So if I set this to 1, it's going to pan that way, going up. If I go -1, it's going to pan downwards. If I go 1 on X, it's going to go to the left, and then -1 on the other side. So this is a really nice way of quickly making these changes. So then all you have to do is convert two parameters, speed X and then speed Y, and then just append these two as well. And what append does is just combine two vectors that are just single vectors into a 2 vector, because speed is in X and Y, and then we're done. So now you just set it to save, go back in here, and you should have speed X and speed Y. And now if I was to animate this and set this to 1, you can see that it's moving. So obviously you want to set it to some really slow number so that you see it moving not too fast. Now obviously the cloud texture is still too small, so you want to make it a little bit larger. So I'm gonna make it 0.05. So just like that, you have light functions that can be animated very quickly. So I didn't even have to go looking for the cloud texture, and this way you can just quickly make this. And the good part is now, because this is a directional light, instead of what we were doing where we were like translating the spotlight, then rotating it, and again moving it back and forth because that was too much. Now you can just rotate the directional light. So let's stop this animation for a second. So let's open that back up. Let's use this, set this back to 0. And if you just wanted to offset it but not move it, you can just use the offset here. So that way you can just offset it to a thing that you like a lighting on her or on the patches in the back. Do something like this, for example, where it looks cool, but it's not uniform. It's like there's bright, dark, so on and so forth. And now, once you save all of this, what you can do is find your directional light actor, and this is what I like doing. Once I find it, I bring it back down, and moving the actor itself obviously moves the texture too. So that's another way of animating it. If you wanted to animate it in a very specific way, you can just move the gizmo in the sequencer and just set the animation that way as well. What we're gonna do is go in here and then put this behind her so it's visible, kind of like that, and then select that again. And now, because the movement is connected with the textures, if I rotate it, you would get this kind of a rotation effect on the light. And if not, you can also, with just one gizmo, really tweak the lighting. And if you have an arc ball enabled, you can just do that kind of like this. And just like that, you got beautiful lighting compared to what we had before with the spotlight, or even with the flat directional light with nothing in it. You can really get this kind of look where there's like faded lighting almost, with little patches of bright and dark. So I hope that was useful and you guys found it that cool. But let's turn all these cameras off again. Okay, so, and anytime you like certain looks, you could just go into your sequencer, and then let's say in our case, if we had that spotlight, let's remove that because we're not using that right now, but instead let's add the directional light. And then what I would do is just set keyframes basically on the transform for the directional light. So that way you can pick the best ones that you like, right click this and set that to constant. And what that means is that it won't animate from one value to another. It will just jump in values. And that way, now let's say I just go a little bit forward in the sequence, then I move this around till I find a lighting that looks cool. All right, and then do the same thing, press S, and then go a little bit forward, find another cool lighting angle. Don't want to go too low in the angle because that means it's like sunset kind of vibes. And that's why looking at the angle visually is also better, So you can see exactly where the sunlight is coming from onto her. And then if you do like the angle but the cloud shadows are different and you don't like them, you can just go in the material and change that. So that's usually my approach when it comes to like having directional light. So just a tiny bit on her face, but not too much. Something like that I think would be cool. And then just hit S so that all the points are keyframed. And that way you can just save a bunch of bookmarks for lighting. So if I now go to the one before using this keyframe, which is comma and like the greater than less than sign on your keyboard, you can find like different lighting angles that you like just by rotating the directional light. So this is coming from this side, it's coming more top down, this is coming more front on, which I think kind of matches the vibe. And then you can always go back and see that in the wide, but it's not going to work obviously because of it kind of works a little bit. The direction of the light kind of works. The scaling of the clouds obviously is incorrect, but I do like the fact that these guys here in the foreground are also catching the light a little bit, despite the fact that there's like fog. I think that looks kind of cool. It's like it's sunny. It's just like early morning fog. These things are moving. And then remember, because you're putting keyframes on the B section here with the 3 different values, those same values, like right here, these 3 values, right now it's using the first one to showcase that in this shot basically. So if you wanted to see what it would be for the other 2 lighting, you can just delete these 2 temporarily. See what that would be like. Or you could just undo to what you had. But I think this looks cool. You can even copy these, go back, go to this sequence, and then do the same. Select the directional light, add it, then just here you can paste all the transforms that you copied from the other one. So select, paste. So now you have 3 transforms to then choose from. So now instead of moving the actual playhead, because if you move it you will lose your picture. Let's say if the camera was moving too fast, you can just move the keyframes in that case. So you can cycle through different lighting modes really fast this way. Interesting. This is like backlighting the trees and the forest, which is not ideal, I think. I think this first one is the nicest. I really like these guys here at the bottom, how they're catching a tiny bit of the light. But, I mean, these things will change depending on shot to shot. And obviously, the material itself will change. So if the clouds look nice in one, in terms of the scale, in terms of the position of the clouds, but they don't look right in another shot, you could animate the material itself in the sequencer. So let's say if I was to open up my light function, and like right now it's set to a certain tiling, which obviously looks okay in this shot here, right? Because it's much low to the ground, but in this shot you can see it's like the shadows of the clouds are too much, and you could just want to animate it. You can just select your light component, and then find light function material, which will bring up your material itself. Right here you can see cloud shadows which is the material instance that we created. And then I believe there is a way to call all the properties. Let's see. Like you can just call in every single property as well of every material. So if we go to directional light, component, it was this function, and there should have been another plus here from which you could have added the settings, but I don't see that right now. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Like usually you go down here, and then you go down all the way to the light function where it says light function material, and then light function scale. No, it's not that one. So usually that, and then that adds the material. Because usually if I pick a static mesh, for example, like let's say if I add this guy, and then I want to change something in its material, I am able to do that. I'm just picking the static mesh component, and then picking the first slot with the default material, and then you can pick the materials parameters, so you can see base specular, max roughness, blah blah blah, and then change those values specifically, so you're changing just that value. I think you should be able to do that exact same process for the light function, but for some reason it just creates this drop down. Because there are other ways of doing this. You could create a material parameters collection. If you guys want to know what that is, I can show that to you guys. Actually, let's just set that up just to see what it looks like. So we go back to our environment, we right click into materials, and then create a material parameter collection, and then just abbreviated material parameter collection underscore cloud shadow, because this shows up as like a global controller with which you can control anything inside a material graph. So in our case, if we open up the master material, instead of plugging the variables that we did here, let's say tiling, for example, inside the material parameter collection, you can add scalar and vector values that can then be called in here. So let's see, let's try. Right click and then add a material parameter collection parameter. So we added that one. Then it asks which one. So you just pick cloud shadow. And then it's saying it didn't find anything under that one. That's because this guy has none here. But let's see if we wanted to add some things like speed, for example, which is a scalar value. So you can add one here, and then the name of the parameter and the value. So in our case, we're going to call it speed x, and then make another, open that one up, call this speed y. And then when you save this, this automatically then becomes available here, speed x, speed y, and then you can access it that way. So if I do speed x, now speed x can just connect in this way. So we don't need this guy then. So this is a workaround. Usually you should be able to just add materials to a sequencer and animate them that way. But this is another way of doing it, because this I know for sure will show up in the sequencer. So you make a copy of it, add speed y, connect that, delete this, and then doing the exact same thing for the other values here. So in our case, we have tiling, which has 4 values, and it's a vector, meaning it's got multiple values inside of just a single value. So you can add a vector, and then you have a bunch of values here, RGBA. Ricardo says, can I ask how can I put a price to a project, like the time to model texture to the client? So the way usually I would recommend, the way I would do it is knowing your hourly rate. But I understand that a lot of people might not know that. Like, for example, in the Eastern countries, the concept of hourly rate doesn't exist because people don't get paid hourly. They get paid by the month or by the week or by the day or something. But if that's the case, you could still go and try and find your hourly rate. So let's say if you know that you get paid a certain amount of work, whether you've done work before, like let me ask you that. So before we go, have you ever worked at a studio or any kind of professional environment where you got paid before, whether it was like monthly or hourly? Let's get the answer to that, and then I can help you understand how to create a price for your project. Like, have you ever been like paid by a studio or by a client, as in like a monthly fees, or your student? Okay, so in that case it's a little harder, but let's target both the answers. So if you're a professional, I would say anytime you're doing a project and you're not sure, if you have your hourly rate, that's great. If not, like I said, try to find, if you worked before, you could do that. Eventually, once you find your hourly rate, then you then start working towards, okay, how many hours I need to work, yada yada. So in your case, if you're a student and you've never worked before and you have no idea, and if a client says, all right, let me know how much modeling this particular asset and then texturing it would cost, the way I would go is, obviously because you're a student and you're someone who's starting out, would be the first step would be, because you don't have experience, is to go find what people are getting paid for junior level positions in your country, which will be very different from any other country. So if you have a website like Glassdoor, for example, it's not the ideal number, but it'll get you a ballpark figure of what juniors are being paid for something like that in your area, right? So whatever country you're in, if there's like a junior modeler job available on Glassdoor, you can just go there, look it up, and find somebody else's hourly rate or their weekly rate or their monthly rate, and then you can count that backwards to find their hourly rate. Because once you have that number, you can then start multiplying that by the number of hours you'll take in order to make something. And usually that's how you can project it, by explaining it to the client, saying, okay, I looked that up and this is what usually the juniors are getting paid or the students are getting paid, and it will take me X number of hours, so this is my total rate. Sometimes if you don't want to explain to the client, that's also fine. You can just give them a flat rate saying, yeah, it will cost me this much, and that's it. And there's a good chance you might be able to either finish it sooner, in which case you get profit, or you might be able to finish it later, in which case you learned that, hey, I thought it would take me 10 hours, but now it takes me 20 hours. So the next time you're going to pitch that, you're going to say 20. I'm in South America and this kind of work does not exist, but I have an idea in general, 10 to 30 per hour. Yeah. So I'm sure like there will be some kind of company in your area that might be doing this. Might be like slightly far away, in a faraway city, but still within the country, still within the state. But you'll usually find companies that will have these kind of rates posted on websites like Glassdoor. It might not be Glassdoor, it might be another website. There's tons of websites like that where you can find salaries of other people that are working jobs in your area. But if you already are aware, if it's 10 to 30, go with the median number. So if let's say some juniors are getting paid 10, some are getting paid 30, just go with 20. So that way you're giving them a number that you know is not too low, because sometimes clients are like those people where you give a number that's too low. They're like, okay, this guy is not probably good, which is why he's quoting a number so low. Like you might think, oh, the client might be happy that, hey, the client will just get away with paying less, so why are they mad about it? But you'll be surprised that that's the reason why. So, and then if you quote too high, obviously the client's not going to say yes, because they're just going to think, okay, that number's way too high, we don't want to deal with that. So just go with the median between, if you have that kind of range. And that's how I usually recommend people finding the range, by going to websites like this. You could ask other people that you know in the area how much they charge hourly. Like you don't have to ask them how much they make. And that's why hourly rate is one of those things that you could ask like people who are professionals, but a lot of time, like people might not be comfortable giving you their monthly salary or yearly salary, but you can still like be like, yeah, so what's the general rate? And people will just answer. So always, whatever number you're thinking, that if you can model and texture something in like, let's say 10 hours, try to say 15, because like always add a little bit more to it, because it would take you longer than you think it would take you, unless you're really good at it, in which case it's fine. You can just say the number that you know. But sometimes I also would recommend saying the number slightly under if you think the client is a little bit finicky, and you know that they're not going to, like if you, let's say if it takes 10 hours and you say 15, and you know that they're the kind of client that won't pay anyways at 10 hours worth of work, it's better to say it'll take you 7 hours and then do 3 hours free. And I'm only saying that because you're starting out and you don't have any experience and you're trying to get your foot through the door. So you take the kind of work that you get, instead of a lot of times you'll hear the narrative in the industry, or they'll be like, oh yeah, you need to know your value and all of that. And I support all that, but at the same time, you get those luxuries the more you work. But yeah, like in the beginning, I know it's a little harder. Yeah, I know. Thanks for the help. Just discover your channel. Have an awesome background. Thank you. If you have any more questions, we have a Discord server. The link is in the description. Feel free to drop in, and I'm always available there. If you wanted to ask any questions, I'm always there. Just tag me up. And thank you for watching. So, right, we were doing material parameter collection. So as I said, for some reason, the light function material does not have a little plus icon here to just open up the parameters and control it that way. So we're just doing it through this other method called the material parameter collection, which you can think of it as like a global set of values that you can access anywhere in Unreal Engine, inside blueprints, inside materials, anywhere else. So what it is, you just make the material parameter collection actor and then just start populating it with different things. So we got this here. So this is the parameter. We're gonna call it tiling, and then copy this, paste this here, make sure to save this, and then we can find it in here called tiling. And then since it has 4 values, what you can do is break out to 4 components, because it's a float 4. Otherwise, like, basically you're only getting this parameter being called in here. There's no way of getting these RGB values separate. If you wanted to make, you could just make a scalar value called tiling X, tiling Y, kind of like how we did with speed X, speed Y. You could just do the same, tiling X, tiling Y, offset X, you can just make all of them here. But you could also do it through one vector, similar to how this thing is set up, using just one vector. Because each vector has red, green, blue, and alpha, you get 4 channels inside of it. So you could do the same thing here, but these individual knobs are not directly available in here when you create a parameter. So what you can do is, because it's a vector of 4, you can just create a breakout float 4 components, and then you end up with 4 values here, which is the exact same thing as you had before. So now you can just plug these in. So these become tiling X and Y, and then these become offset X and Y. So the only negative with this kind of approach, even though it's better that you're just using one variable, you're not able to rename it, which is only something not possible in here. If you create a 4 vector here, like if I hold 4 and right click, you can rename these guys, right? Like these connectors that you have here, you can rename those. So if I connect it here, you can change the name of it, but it has to be a parameter. It can't be a scalar. So if I right click, convert it to parameter, now these values here can be renamed. So you can then go in and then change the name of it by going down to channel names and then calling them whatever you want. So you can call R as ASDF, this one as HGH, so you can see each one gets a unique name. So it's possible inside of a single vector inside the material editor, but outside in a material parameter collection, if you're trying to do the exact same thing, you won't be able to break this up and call it something else. So if you're planning on doing that, then it's just better to create individual scalar values. But in my case, because I'm just working for myself, I know that the R and G are tiling, and then B and A are offset. So I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, if you were to make a material to give it to somebody else, I wouldn't recommend this way. It would be better to just have scalar values that you can call individual names. Cool. So we got our tiling done. We close that. We put this here. Now we have everything we need. Contrast, we're probably, alright, fine, let's just make one for contrast. So call this contrast, set that to 0, save, come back here, copy, paste, and then drag that there, and then change this to contrast and save. And then hopefully everything should be as is, except for the fact that now we have to number these guys. So in our case with the tiling, we had set that to, I believe, 0.1. So let's go in. So again, first two values are tiling X and tiling Y. And then that's just offset. Save. And now that this is connected in here, all those values disappeared from here because they're no longer part of the material, but they're instead part of the material parameter collection. And now inside of your sequence, you can just add your material parameter collection track and then add MPC cloud shadow. So now you have your values in here that you can call. So you can call contrast, speed X, speed Y, tiling, and so forth. So let's say if I add tiling, I open that up, then I have access to the same functions that I had before. So this is, long story short, one way of setting up these values so that let's set this back to 1 to see what that looks like. Just delete that, go back to this, set this to 1. Let's see if it's even working or not, first of all. So offset is here, contrast, there we go. Contrast was set to the wrong value, it was set to 0, it needs to be set to 1 by default, because at 0 it just flattens out the contrast entirely. And then this was set to 0.1, which I think should be set to 0.01. Then save. And then Control Shift S to save everything. In here it's set to 1, so we have to change this in the sequencer because that overrides what's outside. So we can set it to 0.1, kind of like that, or you could set it to even larger values like 0.01. So that gives a much more realistic breakup for this kind of really far away shot. And then you have your little offset as well, where you can make it animate, you can make it move. And this is a way more intuitive and faster way of controlling this kind of a cloudy day kind of lighting setup versus having to do it, let's say, even if you don't have access to something like Ultra Dynamic Sky, which is a paid plugin. You can create your own cloud shadows this way, and it's cheap and it's effective and it's pretty quick. So you could set it to a value here, for example, right? And then let's open up this thing, make sure we delete this. So these have different lighting values that we had set. I think this first one looks nice, but then if we go back to the next sequence, go inside, in here I feel like the intensity is too strong too, and the shadows a bit too sharp. So we can also change that as part of the directional light as well, where we can Let's move this here. And then open up the lighting. And then in the intensity, soft source angle. So there's a source angle, which is the angle at which the light is kept. But there's a soft source angle, which if you increase, you should get a bit more softer shadows. So undo. No, I guess not. So we might have to lower the intensity overall. Can also set the speed. So it's like moving ever so slightly. But that is how you can do dynamic lighting as it changes from shot to shot. Yeah, that's too intense. Might want to drop the intensity of this light itself. So set a keyframe, set this to maybe 1. Just so that it's like subtle, because if there is actual sunlight poking through, it's not going to be as intense as you're seeing here. It's just going to be subtle. So that change that happens in the first shot is just me trying different lighting values. Let's see, in path tracing, the same thing. I don't know if light functions show up in path tracing, so that's another. No, they don't. Oh. That's a bridge to cross, I guess, when we get there. But yeah, you can see like the difference. Just because we're turning on path tracing doesn't mean everything just becomes beautiful right out of the box. There's a lot of cool things that Lumen does, like in terms of shadowing. You can see it feels much more as a dynamic environment. So since that's going to change towards the end, I'm not going to focus too hard on the lighting as long as it's in a good spot. Do you have a 3090? No, I have a 4090 that I got, believe last year or a few years back. But even that card 4090 is not enough sometimes to render things. So let's go back to the first shot and then just keep this lighting. And then save all of that. Go back to the next shot. And in this shot, we're going to tweak the light a tiny bit. First of all, in terms of intensity, if I turn it off completely. Where's this second one coming from? I think that's the spotlight. Yep, and that's why it was so bright, because we also had the spotlight on her. So there was that spotlight there that was turning on, which I mean looks good for this wide shot. So what we will do is, in this first shot, we will keep the spotlight on. So this is the one that's on top of her. Add that. Let's just call it Spotlight Lyra. Add that to the sequence. Set that keyframe so that it's on. And then in the next sequence, open that up. And now we can add that spotlight again in here, but in this one we're gonna turn it off so that the lighting is coming primarily from here to get that strong contrasty shadows, but obviously not too intense. So let's set that to 1. So it's still a bit of that morning light, but not too intense. Alright, so let's set it up for the next scene. Ricardo says, is it possible to do a gradient curve on the light, like a day and night cycle? With some of the paid plugins, obviously it's easier. With the free one, there is a day and night, I believe, that comes with Unreal's default. With Unreal's default sky sphere that you can use. So in any empty level, let's say you make an empty level, you can go into Windows, Environment Light Mixer, which pops open this panel. And right now I have lighting in here, but in your case, if it's an empty level, it won't be there. It'll just say add atmospheric light, sunlight, skylight, sky sphere, and then you can just add all of those in order to create your own day to night. And then when you change the directional light, it will just it says like a day and night cycle, but on a sequencer with curves. Like you could just add that directional light to your sequencer like I did, and then change the rotation and then make it go like in a loop at full speed. Let's see, let me show you. I would show you, but I have to create a new level. So if you stick around till the end of the stream, once I close this level, I can open up a new level and show you that. But the idea is make a new level, add all the things from the environment light mixture, like the buttons that you'll get up here when you have an empty level. Once you have all of that created, select the directional light, add that to the sequencer, and then use the rotation to spin the light around so that it's going above the horizon, then below the horizon, above the horizon, below this. So the sun is basically moving, and that way you can control it. And if you want more curves control, you can also click this button, which opens up the curve editor here. So once you have keyframed your directional light, that will pop up here. So then you can select it and then tweak the curves on it. Cool. So now in this shot, let's open up. Let's do the same thing we did before. Add the directional light. And now we can rotate it. Go to rotation. Okay, this rotation does nothing. So basically like this, so like you can rotate it to get certain lighting. Oops. I think this kind of top-down lighting looks nice because it makes him evil. And then you can always custom put lights around him to really light him up. So we're just tweaking the light. I'm rotating it around to see how it looks on him. The reason why it's changing is because he has trees in front of him that are moving and animating, so the shadow is changing on him drastically. Obviously for the actual one, you probably put your own custom tree that you can manually rotate to get more control over it, so that you're not dependent on the tree from... Let's go find him where he is. You're not dependent on the procedural tree, but instead you're using the custom tree that you have, like your own. So you're not waiting for light to show through all of these holes. You just clear it. Place some up manually. Let's actually do that. I'm going to first find where the light is coming from, so I'll use the shadows here as a guidance, and then you can transform rotation, so this can be set to 0. Roll does nothing. Yaw. It's rotating it in this axis. So you can just go up to see what's happening. So this rotates in 360, like around the entire sky, and not dipping that under the horizon, and then pitch dips it under the horizon versus raising it up. So let's come back down here where our boy is. Where is he? Where is our boy? Where did the boy go? Right here. So let's get some light on him. cool. So in this shot, obviously we don't have to work on the stuff behind him because it is pretty self-explanatory. It's all out of focus, so we don't have to worry about it. You just have to make sure that the lighting interaction matches more or less, even though we don't know where his position is compared to her, as long as the lighting feels like it's coming from the same direction and the intensity of the light is the same. So I'll just reduce the intensity a little bit here as well, because it is very faded on her shot. Here it's like not too intense. Same thing here. And then what you could do is inside of oh no, this is all PCG, so it can't work. But if it was not PCG, you could create a hole basically, so that nothing spawns for this particular area, and that way he's clear to stand in an open area basically. What you could do is also move him in a place like this, where there's a higher chance of light just naturally falling, versus having him by like this kind of tree where like there's way more foliage cover above him. So that's another potential option. I don't want to move the character's location, so I'm not gonna touch it for now, but it is a choice. It's possible if need be. I'll get a little brighter. Let's just keep it to what it was, and then in the other shot we'll tweak it later if need be. Okay, so now she's looking way more dynamic and less flat, I guess. But again, lighting is not what my task is for this, so not gonna focus on that for now. So in this shot, I'm gonna make sure that he gets plenty of out of focus elements on him. That camera lens that we have doesn't help with that. Be better to change the camera on that one. So what I would do is go back here, open this sequence, find camera 3, view it. I'm gonna move this off screen, and then just make sure there's no keyframes. So I'll find the first frame of this. Well, not actually a frame where the gun is already up, and then use that as our reference point to then select the camera, set a keyframe, and the keyframe needs to be here. And now you can move the camera, so I'm gonna possess it and then fly in a way where this angle is not as compressed, kind of like that. And then go to the details of this camera. Find what the focal length is, 120. So a lot of these cameras are not anamorphic, so I'll probably have to go in and change them to be anamorphic. so that when things go out of focus, the bokeh matches up to what we have in the first camera. So if I was to open up the first camera just to show you the settings on it, we have 23.76, 26.73, squeeze factor of 2, and then any focal length that you have to multiply it by 2 because you're changing the anamorphic value in order to get the same framing back. So we changed this to 48, but it's actually 24 millimeter lens technically. So we'll do the same thing, 2376 for the next one. I'm gonna close this. Shot number 2. View this. Cine camera actor 1. View it. So do the same. Let's just copy this value from the previous camera. So view this. Select 2376. That's the second value. Go back to the other sequence. Open that up. Select the camera. And then do this. And then do this. And then multiply this by 2. Focal length 70. And then we got the exact same thing. Just make sure the focal plane is on her. And then turn that off as well. So now everything is anamorphic. Go back to the next scene of the guy. And the first camera is cine camera actor. Select it. Paste. Watch the background bokeh change. And then multiply the focal length by 2. So it's 35. I'm gonna set it to 70. And just like that, we went back to having circles. That are anamorphic in shape. Okay, this is good. Moving on, just saving. Hope it doesn't crash. Cool. Going to the next shot. This one is camera 2. Do the same thing. Select, paste. Squeeze factor to 2. And then the focal length from 35 to 70. So we got a nice bokeh there in the back. Increase the diaphragm blade count. Save all. Oh boy. Select this. Next camera. Do the same thing. Cine camera actor 2. Select, view. Paste. Squeeze factor 2. Blade count increased. And then focal length is multiplied by 2, so 80 becomes 160. and go back to the same framing. And then it's camera 3. So do the same thing, view the camera, select it, open it, paste, squeeze factor 2, blade count high, and then focal length becomes 240. But I think the focus disk is a little bit further back in this one, so we're gonna select it again, and then focus method is disable, which we don't have to do. You enable it, and then focus plane enable. And then watch the shot as he lifts the gun up so that we can change the focus on this if and when need be. Make sure we're not putting in keyframes. Cool. Save everything before it crashes, because it always crashes. And then once we have the camera set up, Control Shift C, Shift C. Whoops. What happened? Go back to master. Okay, this camera is good. This camera is good. This camera is good. This camera is good. This one, something happened. So let's look at camera 2. Select it. For some reason the sensor height did not get connected. Squeeze factor to 2. And the focal length for some reason changed. Okay, we save everything. And then same thing with this one. For some reason it didn't save, so select the camera again. View through the camera. Paste. Disable. And then squeeze factor of 2. Diaphragm blades high. And then focal length is good. Save everything again. Okay, cool. This one, I think you can have a little bit of camera movement, if anything. Whoops. So what I'm gonna do is set a keyframe here, set a keyframe at the very end, Shift C, and then the first keyframe, I'm gonna move the camera a little bit to the side so there's some kind of movement. And now when I play, and then set both the keyframes to linear. Cool. Save everything, move on to the next camera. Gun fires, she falls. Open up camera number 3. View it, paste it, squeeze factor, and then focal length 70. Do the same thing, camera 4, open it, paste it. It's pretty repetitive, so this is why I recommend making a camera first, like your ideal camera, and then just pasting the same thing over and over instead of having to change it every time. So you just make copies of the same camera multiple times. Cool. Cool. Thank you to everyone who's watching these streams. I know it's pretty late for me. I don't know what time it is for you guys. Hello, Bad Tunes. Welcome. How is it going with you today? Is it good? Is it okay? I feel like it's one of those nice times, because for me it's Friday morning. Well, it will be, but a lot of people might be starting their Fridays, so might be a fun thing to look forward to instead of it being like a Monday. So this camera 4, we already changed that. It's the one that orbits around her. And then this is the final one, camera 5. Select it, view it, paste the sensor. Oh, whoops. Paste the sensor height, squeeze factor of 2, and multiply focal length by 2. Increase the blade count, and now we have it. I don't know if I did the change to the right camera. I think we did it to the wrong camera. Camera 6 was the one. camera 6, paste value, squeeze factor of 2, focal length of 70, blade count max. Save all. Oh boy, that was like a repetitive task that we had to do. But I think it's in a good position in terms of these out of focus shots. At least the sunlight and all will be tweaked when the look dev artist is doing the lighting, because a lot of this is very lighting dependent, and if I was to switch to path tracing, which is what they're planning, it's probably going to look very different than what I'm imagining. But as long as they get it within the ballpark, I think it'll look cool with these kind of shadows and whatnot. Which path tracing, everything is calculated through actual light bounces, so sometimes there's a good chance it doesn't look as contrasty, which again is not a bad thing. It might be a good thing to render your Unreal renders flatter, so you can do your comp stuff in it on like compositing software like grading and all, instead of doing that here. But let's go back to now populating some of these. Excuse me, why did this camera get so zoomed in? Something happened, I think. Uh-oh, did I change the wrong camera? Sorry, by the way, if you guys are not aware, I have the sequencer in the other window. It's hard to fit all of this in a 1080p screen. So, let's see. This is Cine Camera Actor 3. We view it. These values keep changing for some reason. What is wrong? I changed it 100%. I changed it and it just got reset back for some reason. Yeah, all of these. You guys literally saw me changing these to... Oh boy, here we go again. Alright, now let's do it one last time, making sure we're not doing it wrong. Camera 3 selected, changing this, changing squeeze factor, increasing blade count. And then the focal length should already be multiplied by 2, which is good. Same thing, camera 4. Uh-oh, crash. Crash. 100% crash. 100% crash. Knew it, called it. I just want the cameras to be locked so I know how much of foliage I need to paint within the camera's frame. This is why changing your cameras and setting them to their final values is very important when you start the project. Don't try to do that change at the very end. And that's why instead of doing these changes manually by hand to each camera, make one camera that has all the settings, all the values, the exposure, if you like adding chromatic aberration and all the other things that you do to a camera, do it to this one camera, save that, and then just duplicate that camera over and over and over throughout your entire project. So the only thing you're changing is the focal length on that camera. That way everything stays consistent. You don't have to change it every time. Just make one single camera and put it somewhere in a level where you don't use that. You just duplicate that camera every time. That way it's way better. But I did not set this project up like all the animation and all, which is why it's a little bit hectic. But we're almost there. So I'm launching Unreal again. It's opening the level on the second screen. But yeah, and the other thing is also when you name your camera, you can just name it something like like level camera. So it could be LC underscore or cam underscore, and then just name it like a number, like scene 1, shot 1, SC01, SH01, and then you can just duplicate. And as you duplicate, Unreal already does the internal iteration of the number. So it will just increase the number at the very end. So it'll become shot 2, shot 3, shot 4 by itself. So you don't have to do it by hand. It's just opening. I'm waiting for the level to pop open. There we go. Alright, let's do this one more time just to make sure. We're gonna open up the master. Just gonna watch through all the cameras to make sure the settings got saved. And what was the last thing that did get saved? Alright, so this camera is lovely. This is our camera that I set up in the beginning. Let's look at all the other cameras. This camera is good. This one is good. And this one is good. This one is good. Okay, it's from this one onwards that we need to fix. Starting with camera 3. So the thing that we were doing before, selecting the camera, go into details, pasting the height of the sensor, changing the squeeze factor to 2, increasing the blades to max, and we already multiplied the focal length by 2, so it's 70 now, so it's good. We're back to the original camera framing. Same thing with the next one. Select, paste, 216. Focal length is already times 2. Now, camera 5, select, paste, 2 max. Focal length is already times 2. So this is going to be our main shot. And the very end, camera 6. Camera 6, everything is good. Alright, so now we have everything locked. Please save and don't crash. Alright, so let's watch one final time the entire sequence. Camera comes down. She looks, he's visible. She reacts, he smiles, pulls up the gun, takes the shot. She reacts. Oh yeah, all these other cameras, I didn't even think of that. We're never done. Alright, let's go back then. So this is a shot with him. We'll fix that. It's a very unique shot, so It just requires its own work. D2, camera 2, paste, 2, 16, and focal length times 2. Which, by the way, if you guys didn't know, you can do math inside each like typing area. If it's a number typing area like this, instead of typing 160, you could just hit times 2, like multiply by 2, and get the exact same thing. So she falls back down. It's good. File, save all actually. I think we lost that again. So I think this happens if you were to leave the master sequence. So this is actually a good thing that I learned. If you were to leave the master sequence with your camera changes and not save them, it doesn't save things like the sensor height and all. So this was the master sequence that we're in. D2 was the one that the camera was in. This one, it's in a camera 2. I selected this. I made changes to the sensor height, to the squeeze factor and diaphragm blade crown, but none of that got saved because before I saved this sequence, I just hit this to go back up one level. So let's test that hypothesis. I'm gonna make those changes again. And just to prove that this won't save, if I go back here and I scrub, oh, this time it's saved. It's so weird. Save. Go back up one level. Sky shot. Open up. Select the camera. Paste. 2 max. Focal length times 2. So what I'm doing for those that might have joined later or aren't aware, I'm just converting every lens to anamorphic. And it's not just as simple as changing the squeeze factor and you're done. You have to make a bunch of changes. So in the last camera, I'll actually show you what those changes are. This one is the same camera, so I don't think we have to change, but let's check. Yeah, see, this one is a different lens entirely, 35mm Academy versus all the other ones that we've been using are the digital film back. If I open it, select this camera, you see it's set to custom 2376 2673 versus this one. Digital film, this one 216 focal length times 2. And save all. Check out. You see it didn't get saved, the changes that I just made. So I'm gonna have to do it again. Change this to digital film, save 216 and focal length is already good. So save this before you exit your sequence. And now it will get saved. Okay. Select, paste, squeeze factor, blade count, and focal length 50. 5, save all. Check out. Sorry, these ones are not that important, but I'll change it still. ×2. So now we're on the last camera. I'll show you guys all the changes you need to do to make any camera anamorphic without losing your framing. All right, so let's say this is our camera. Let's go inside. So this is our camera, and I wanted to turn, let's say this is just one of the default presets, digital film 16:9. I selected, and these are all the settings. Now if I was to throw this camera out of focus, just pull the camera plane here, you'll see that all the bokeh is circular, right? Which is a characteristic of the normal lens. Within an anamorphic lens, you have the bokeh stretching vertically. So you might have seen people say just change the squeeze factor to 2, which is correct. As I did that, you'll see every bokeh is now like tall, right? But you lost your framing, right? Because this was my framing. So you see her hand is ending here, and then the top of her head is where the frame is here. If I set this to 2, that framing changes. So what all needs to be changed in order to accommodate for that? So the very first thing is, because we multiplied the squeeze factor by 2, you have to change the sensor's height by 2 as well. So that's why I do times 2, and you end up with that number that I've been pasting everywhere, which is 26.73 in this case. Not in every case, just in this case. If you add another number, you'll just multiply it by 2. And then once you do that, you'll see you'll get even further back out, right? So this is when you multiply your focal. You could fly the camera closer to then get your framing back, but it's just easier to then multiply your focal length by 2. So you have to remember that even though it says 160 here, technically the lens that's on it is an 80mm, but it's just anamorphic lens. So now we're back to the same framing. As you can see, top of her head here, and then the hand ending here. But now you can see the bokeh has anamorphic in it. So these are the steps that are needed if you're trying to change your camera to anamorphic in Unreal. So recap, multiply your sensor height by 2, change squeeze factor, multiply that by 2, so just set it to 2. You can increase the blade count if you wanted to make it perfectly circular. And then the most important, the focal length needs to be multiplied by 2. But whenever you're trying to think in terms of lenses, like let's say if you put a camera really next to somebody's face like that, it will look, and use a really wide lens like a GoPro, you know how distorted it looks like through GoPros. Usually GoPros have a focal length of like 12 or 15, but if you're trying to do it with this anamorphic setup, if you were to use a lens that's that wide, you yourself might be thinking, well, I want a 12mm lens because that's what I know looks like in my mind. But if you try and set that value of 12 here, that will be a really extremely wide camera angle. So you have to multiply that by 2, and then it'll become, visually it'll become 24mm, but in reality it's a 12mm anamorphic. So I hope that makes sense. So I'll just throw the focus back on her as it was. Cool. Save all. And check out. And that's pretty much it with the cameras. Oh, looks like it's animating. So let's go to the last frame. Set it to that. Save all. And we are done with cameras. So let's watch again from the start, make sure everything is good. Camera comes in, first shot, guy shot, she reacts, he smiles, he pulls the gun up, he shoots, she falls, crawling up, crying in pain, guy walking, her falling back, he gets up, and she tries to get up, and then a whack, and that's it, and it's done. You right? So in this shot, I think the foliage is looking nice. We might want to put some rocks just to break up some of this area here. Make sure we're in the right level. For that, it is LGO central area. Duplicate the rock. And then move this over. The color of these glowing ones, it's very weird. I don't like it. And these guys. Let's go change that. Select. I believe this is which one was it? It is one of these. This one. And I think we changed the material sometime back as well. Jungle polyp grass. Yeah, we changed the random color. Use color tint. Give it a second as it compiles shaders. Nope. What time are we on? 3 hour 22. Almost hitting 4 hour mark. I will probably go another 10-15 minutes. Use color tint, turn this just trying to get it to not be as glowy. Also not be emissive. That was it. Emissive made it glow a little, which made it look weird. But now it's good. Emissive multiplier. Yep, that's the one. It's this dead state, dead color. Dead foliage bias, deadness. Oh, interesting. He has a functional built-in that eats through the leaves and makes it more dead looking. Random instead deadness, sure. So some of them get it and others don't. Let's see what happens once the shader compiles. Yeah, a couple of them became dead. This one. Foliage bias. This way I think we can make the grass actually have color variation too, so it's not all completely red, because I think that's one of those things that makes it, I think we talked about it before earlier in the stream, making it look a little bit more varied, not everything having the same red color to it. I think might help break it up. And I think the material that is a Megascans material for grass already comes with that hue variation option. Let's look into it once we save this. How's everyone doing? Oh, I think I'm coming to the end of the stream. Alright, let's close this. Let's select our grassy grass. Open up the mesh. Find the location of the material. And inside of this, there should be color variation. There it is. So if I set this to 1, it's gonna get like RGB grass. Everything is way different. We don't want that. We do want is a very tiny, so it's a 0 to 1 kind of thing, so you have to do very little change. 0.1, 0.2. So you'll see with 0.2 there's some light ones and some dark ones, which is nice. So if you were to look in the wide shot, if I set this back to 0, see everything becomes that. If I set to 1, it's too crazy. If I set to 0.25, it's pretty good. Same thing in this shot as well. Where is it? This shot here. From 0.25 back to 0 versus 0.25. There's definitely a good variation happening. Okay, for this shot, let's move the rock that she falls into. Which one is this? This has a lot of stuff on it. So just for this piece, what we will do is we will sculpt it down, but we'll duplicate this embankment and assign that duplicate. So currently I'm duplicating it on the content browser, that particular mesh, and the reason for that being, if you ever wanted to revert that, you can't, because Unreal's modeling tools, once you make the changes and you save them, it just overwrites the previous one. Some of the changes from modeling tools are available in a way where it will create a new mesh for you, but a lot of them won't. So we made this copy, as you can see. Just kind of call it sculpt. And then give it a second. And then drag that one that we just made into this one. And now save all. And we can start sculpting. So you can click checkout. Let it save. Make sure you have selected the right geometry, otherwise whatever's selected will start sculpting that. So if it's the wrong one, it luckily gives you a visual indicator by turning the mesh into a gray shaded mesh. So with this selected, go to modeling, sculpt, vortex sculpt. So you'll notice the color changes on the entire mesh to a gray shaded color to show that it's ready for painting. But obviously, if it's too heavy of a mesh, it will take a while because there's a lot of vertex to sculpt through, like in this case. So now instead of sculpt, we're gonna use the move. So that's what you use if you wanted to push things down. So just like that, push this down, but then obviously not make that change everywhere. So we're gonna make the brush size a little bit smaller. is done, you hit accept, and that should be saved into your mesh. Give it a second. It's the saving part when I'm always scared that Unreal will crash. Oh, didn't crash. Good. Go back to selection and lit mode. It's good. She can fall back on that. Alright, so in this shot, which is the main shot when we see her in that environment, I genuinely want to see a little bit more water here. So what I'm gonna do is move this camera up a little bit, just a tiny bit, just a smidge, so we see camera 5. So go back to this side. And in the beginning we talked about having parallax in the very, I think, first or second stream. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, the movement in the water just adds to the fact that the water is there up close as well, because we're showing the water in the wide shots. So having it be in the up close shots also helps. All right. Now let's fix this shot here. There's this piece that is a little bit bad in quality. So let's see if we can adjust the camera first. Camera is camera 4. To see not that far that way. So we're gonna go to camera 4, go to the transform, and then, okay, that's not the one. What camera is this? Camera 4 it says. I'm just looking for it here. It's actually camera 3, not 4. That's weird. So up here, if I was to shift C, Oh, I see, this camera 3 and the 4. Let's see if the values on the 4 has been changed or not, because these look correct. This also looks correct. Okay. Alright, camera 3 in our case. Go to this frame and then start reframing this shot. Or, I mean, we'll just extend the forest, it's fine. It's not end of the world. Pixel landscape. Yeah. Gonna have to extend the PCG forest. So let's drag this piece out. And then select PCG, clean and generate again. There we go. Back to selection. Now it's these two pieces. Central area. Let's see what this duplicated water does for behind her. Maybe we can create like a shallow pool here. But that means pushing all of this further lower. something like that. So a little bit better. Maybe no scattering and no water lilies. And maybe the murkiness of it can be tweaked a little. Drag this in. Oh, brightness of the water. So that way you see through, you know? It makes it look like it's like shallow water. And then murkiness. And then tint could be a little blue instead. Murkiness color. Make it like the color it already was. Kind of like that. Refraction. Save everything. You gotta pull back on this side. It's a bit too close. looks good. What do you guys think? Adding this little piece of rock in the front with water pot in the back. That's a little bit more oomph to the scene, I guess. And you can just raise it and push it further away from you. It's coming together. It's just this scene. It's just this particular scene just feels like it's missing. It's really missing something. I don't know what. It's missing something for sure. Maybe more grass variation or maybe more rocks. There aren't that many rocks. It's definitely missing something. Like in terms of visual interest, like yeah, there's a lot of stuff and it's detailed and all of that other stuff, but this is the game, I guess. Knowing what's missing, what needs to be added. I think it needs rocks for sure. Maybe patches of wetness might help around the pond area a little bit. Kind of like this, you see here, like this area. You see how it adds visual interest? Because it's like reflective and wet, because it's next to a pond, and the color is no longer like greenish. It's just white because it's just specular from the sun. It's like that kind of stuff. Also, I can just paint something here. Just paint something there. Let's paint that jungle foliage. Let's go max paint density. That's good. Let's make the scale larger. Whoa, too big. Oh boy, it's one of those late night super zoned in working things. Why is it so 0.025 and 0.01? No, just 0.1. Hello, Pranil. How's it going? Thank you for joining today. How's life? Whoa. China's bush came out of nowhere. Whoops. It's with these massive sized foliage. 0.25. To minimize like green foliage because it just looks like earth at that point. Having these big boys growing in the grass is actually not a bad idea. Not bad at all. Let's increase the paint density. Get some nice specular highlights. Yeah, I like those big ones. They're definitely useful. I wonder I didn't use them before. Yeah, it's a bit too big. This one actually I feel like needs to be seen from the master first shot. Yeah, so that it looks like if the grass gets too tall, then these guys grow out, basically. Couldn't watch the last stream, we'll watch it today. Scene is coming out very well. Thank you so much, sir. This stream was a lot more lighting focused. created some really cool directional light with cloud shadows that you can do by default without using any fancy plugins inside of Unreal Engine. So you should check this stream out when you get time and learn how to do this shadowy directional light. Basically, it's very easy. It's nothing complicated, but it's very useful. Creates super dynamic lighting like this so that it doesn't look like a flat directional light, essentially. Maybe not have it right next to this girl, because you do want her to be visible when the camera shows her. Obviously she'll be moving, but still. So I'll make it to 1, make it to like 0.7 and paint that in. So that's what I'm doing, basically using this tall boy plant and making it pop out whenever I'm painting it in this grass area, so that it looks like when the grass gets too tall, it's like these things come out. That breaks the, while keeping it red, it breaks the visual line like feeling that we're getting currently. Makes it feel a little bit more natural, that it's not all the same, basically. And as we mentioned in this stream too, if you're painting foliage that's further away, Unreal will clip it if it's too small. So you can just make the size of the foliage larger. So like 0.75 to 2. And that way you can get like the same foliage, but like showing up much further away. You can even do like 2 to 4 for like really far away areas. Like here, basically, for example. Oh, that's massive. Okay. 0.1 to 0.75. You want to add it, but again, you don't want to add it so crazy that the shot opens and people just look at the plant. That's the first thing. Just like subtle. Super subtle. Also, that helps lining the plant up to her silhouette. Oh, I hate these fucking cameras. Always keep the camera folder off. And then press G if you ever want to see things. That way the camera's not in the way. Making these like grow directionally would kind of make it cool too. Yeah, looks much better. Let's paint a couple here behind this guy. To increase the Let's not add red here to separate him from the other side. Here, get actually this guy, because he kind of looks like the other fern that's already in the area. And then this guy, we can make it really small, 0.1 to 0.25, and then paint this line. No, too much. 0.025 to 0.05. Nah. Okay, 0.1. Some of this grass. Whoa. 0.1, 0.2. Nope. 1. Okay, too intense. 0.121, sure. At a much lower density. Yeah, something like that. So there's always like surrounding red next to these big boys. It's never like they're just growing by themselves. Will you be adding ground collision to the character or just some sculpt to fix it? Yeah, it'll probably be... The idea was to hide it in grass. But the problem is, if I paint red around her, I'll show you what I mean. Like, first of all, this grass is not good to begin with. It needs to be tall enough to hide her collision. Which... again, like I said, it doesn't look good. So I'm contemplating, like, I could make it smaller to make it less shitty looking, so to speak, like the grass. But the problem with that is you have to paint a lot of it in order to fill the same area, and on top of that, it won't be tall enough. Like if I just do this, okay, no, why am I painting you? Okay, let me turn this off. Give me a second. Turn that off. So now we just have grass. So you can see I have like this small grass scattered here, which then kind of looks nice, not bad. This really small grass. But if you go further back, it clips naturally, so it doesn't look as intense when it's like poking through the green leaves. But that's the problem that I'm running into if I make it bigger. 0.25 to 0.5 to hide the collision. Like, it's not even the wind part, honestly. The wind like moving back and forth is fine. Like I can make it stop or make it less intense, but it's the very plasticky looking grass feel to it. Like, it doesn't feel like actual grass blades. It feels like, you know, like that shitty plastic grass that you have. Because each tip is like too fine. So if I find grass that is not that, it might be useful. And then I can cover things up. There's this other asset that I have here. Where is it? This guy. Let me make him bigger. 0.1, 0.4. Like this guy here. This kind of looks like it could hide, but it has that big blade look, which is good compared to the thin razor sharp grass that we have. So I'm looking for assets like that. So like right now, if I really populate it, let's say, set this to 1, set that to max. If I do something like that, then it's fine. Like you don't really question the fact that, oh, is she really clipping or not? It's tall enough. Obviously, if there's like larger pieces that are clipping through her body, then you just turn those off. But this kind of a thing is better. You also don't want to make it too obvious because everyone will know that you're doing this. You still want to fix the collision with her a little bit, which I mean, Andre can fix it. Like just additive key on top of the mocap to just lift the arm up a little, lift the leg up a little, and then it has to be a combination of these two solutions where it can't be either or. Like she does it there and then here as well. Like I can add things here to hide it like that, but because these assets are not like 4K 8K right in your face kind of high quality, they make the overall project look shittier because of that. So yeah, I would say it's like a mix of things. I really wish to find like that blade like asset, but it's an actual grass that is really tall. Okay, let's remove some of them. 0.2. Oh no. 0.75. Also, you like the scene on a shot-to-shot basis or go with complete scene lighting? It's just that. Yeah, this entire stream is just that. Once it's saved, you can go back and check it out. I have lit this scene like per shot, but while still using the same directional light, and then using the material parameter collection that I did for the clouds, adjusting that, adjusting the directional light's rotation and whatnot. So if you're within the same bounds, it's a little bit forgiving. Like the brain doesn't really catch up on the fact that it's not identical sunlight, but you can't go too crazy with it because then it's pretty obvious. So yeah, I think definitely one overall thing, like for example, we know that it's cloudy for a lot of these distant back shots, and then whenever it comes to the closer character shots like these, then you can change that shot to shot. Like him, for example, I'm not even lighting him because I know at the end of the day, like his lighting is very much dependent on the foliage that he's standing under. So it's irrelevant. With hers, I can make the directional light change based on how I want the light to hit her versus the things behind her here. Like I reduce the intensity of the sunlight in this shot a little bit. But again, all this lighting is irrelevant because they plan on rendering this in path tracing, which is gonna look way different. I personally like lumen, but I mean, to each to their own. Like I would, if this was my project that I was doing from scratch, I would definitely go with lumen because it just allows you to have so many hacks on the backside, which allows you to render massive environments like this. But if I was to like switch this to path tracing, it just would calculate every single thing, which is, in my opinion, not efficient VRAM wise. Like I would rather have the VRAM be there for more dense environments and more heavy foliage and more high resolution textures. I would rather use the VRAM for that rather than using it for something like just path tracing. So I think this is it, guys. It's 4 a.m. It's crazy how fast time went by. I was gonna stop at 3 a.m. but it's 4 a.m. now. Let's look at it together. I'm gonna make it big and hope it doesn't crash or die. Like this is what I mean. You see how fast it's playing with lumen because it's optimizing so much. If you try to do this with path tracing, it's gonna fucking die. I think it came out pretty well in this stream. We did a lot of the lighting plus the closer up shots, the out of focus backgrounds. Even though they're out of focus, you still need to paint the foliage in a way it's not distracting. I did some of the camera work, adjusted all the cameras, turned them anamorphic. If you want to learn how to do that, that's also in this stream. And then yeah, I think within the next 1 or 2 streams, I think we'll be done with this. I just need to find something nice for this area right here. Something that's high quality, HD looking, and doesn't look... I still want to break up the color palette in this scene too a little bit more. I feel like it's a lot of pinks and reds. Maybe I'll just change this particular asset itself because I feel like it's too pink. Same thing with this guy here with the long things. Too pink. This is too pink. This is too pink. The pink kind of hurts. The red here is nice with the green. You can have a little bit of the blue. Is it like one level, one shot, or all shots in the same level? Well, it depends from environment to environment. In my Blooms of Arachnis, it's all separate levels. So I can turn them on and off when needed. And each level has its own shots. In this scene, it's just a forest. And all the actions taking place in the same spot. So you just have one big level. There are sub-nested levels that are controlling different areas. So when I'm rendering, and I'm only rendering this area here, I have no need to keep the forest on in the back. So I can turn all the forest off. So that part you can see in the earlier streams. I set up the different levels, how I set that up. So that I would say is good for something like that, where it's like single environment. You just have each level be different parts and pockets of the environment to turn them on and off. And then shot wise, everything should be its own level sequence. So this is what it should look like. You have a master level sequence in which you bring in your other level sequences and you line them up. So this way they're all separate. So if I want to make each shot, like let's say this shot is good but it's too long, I can just make it shorter without affecting the rest of the shot. But if you just make one giant level sequence with a lot of layers in there, moving the girl here, moving the girl there, moving the other guy here. It's like, if you want to make one change, it's going to be very hard to make the other changes. But yeah, lighting and all you can change from shot to shot. And then he comes up. Wow, the foliage stuff is just lagging like crazy. Yeah, I have no idea how they're going to render, and path tracing is already lagging here. Then he hits her, and then she's knocked out. Yeah, in the next stream, I'll focus on these two quick shots. And just little bits here and there. Yeah, so I think in the next stream and the one after, especially in the one after, I think we'll be done. I think it came a long way. If you watch from the very beginning of this very first stream, I highly recommend everyone to go back and watch the initial streams. There was nothing. It's just like empty, all of this. But yeah, how it all came together with all this rich foliage and details, I think it came out pretty well. So if I change my directional light, in one level, will it affect the other levels as well? Depends if you're nesting the other levels or not. So this is what I do. Check out my levels here. So I usually have everything broken down. The lighting is in a lighting level here. So if I turn this off, all the lighting goes off. So in that sense, yes, if you are using this particular level in some different level, some other environment somewhere else, but you're still using this particular level in that particular directional light, and you change it, then yeah, it will change. But within this particular scene, meaning this forest area, I have yeah, from a plain ground to a complete forest, looking awesome. Thank you, bro. Yeah, if you have directional lights, you can just put them in and key them. So let's say in this scene, I have my material parameter collection, which if you don't know how to do, watch the stream. I have an explanation how to set that up, what it does. And then you add your directional light, and you can control different things, set the keyframes, why you should set them to constant here if you want to try out different lighting alternates. And yeah, so that's pretty much it, guys. I am gonna go sleep because I have to wake up in what, 5 hours now. So I need to go catch some sleep. This is what happens when I'm working. Well, thank God I'm doing it on stream now, at least, because I have all this time lapse of me working. But otherwise I'm just doing this by myself at night too, and time just flies when you're really zoned in. You'll see me like starting the stream and I'm like in this position, hey guys, how's it going, like, and because I'm trying to find the flow, I'm trying to find the you know, the vibe, the feeling of like, all right, we got it, we're locked in, we're building this. But then by the end, I'm always like this. I'm like, all right, I got it. And then you add this, then you add that. That's one of those things where once you find the flow, you're good. So yeah, what is the next stream? So I'm planning on doing this every week. So the next one will be next week. So I'm trying to do it at least 2 times a week, every Tuesday and Thursday. And then the other days I do my freelance work or just like other life duties, I guess. So the next one will be Tuesday, the next Tuesday that's coming up around same time, like 10 p.m. EST, 11 p.m. EST. And the one after will be the final one. So I think by next week we will wrap this up completely. I think it's in a very good spot anyways, but yeah, by next week we'll wrap it up. and we'll see what else to stream and what else to do. So if you guys, whoever's watching, wow, we have a all-time record, guys. We have 10 viewers. Thank you, every single one of you. That's the highest that we have had. But yeah, just 11, just as I said that. 11 concurrent viewers. Thank you, every single one of you who has watched this. I hope you all learned something from these streams. By next week, I will be finished with this project, well, this environment. If you guys have any specific requests of what to build, what kind of environments to build, or what kind of live streams to do, whether it's character-based stuff, environment-based stuff, maybe even compositing and nuke and all kinds of other things, just project breakdowns. I'm planning on doing this regularly, so every Tuesday and Thursday at 10-11 p.m. nighttime, I'm going to be doing at least 3 hours of stream. So I would highly request you guys, if you guys can post your comments and let me know what kind of stuff you'd like to see, because that would really help me know what it is that people want to see. This I was just doing because I was helping a friend out and I was building the environment anyways. So I do have my own projects that if I don't get any suggestions in majority of what to do, I'll just do those projects and you guys can watch it. But yeah, if you guys have any specific requests, I would really appreciate it. And other than that, please head over to my channel, check out some of the recent videos that I've posted other than these live streams. I made a really cool trailer in Unreal Engine. That's my best work so far yet. That took me 3 months to make. Any kind of support on that video, just liking, sharing it with people. It's this one right here called What If Last of Us Meets Game of Thrones. It's really super cinematic, at least that's what I feel. But go ahead, go watch that, check it out. Please share it with people that you know. And yeah, any kind of interaction, liking, subscribing, all of that, just commenting just helps. And then there's a little mini breakdown of that here. I'm planning on doing a much larger breakdown of different sections of what you see in the mini breakdown, like piece by piece. So I think that would be kind of cool to know. But yeah, there's a free course available on my channel as well if you want to make like high quality cinematic photorealistic nighttime cities like that. That's also available. Go check out this Neon Vice video, and if you want to make something like that, you can follow and do this free course, which I did with partnership with Kitbash 3D and Unreal Engine. And you can watch this video to know how to get started. It's all free and it is beginner friendly. It's not like takes you every single step off the start of Unreal Engine, but I'm pretty confident that if you've picked the software up once and just looked into it, you can follow along and by the end get like a really cool looking cinematic city for like aerial shots. So there's lots of cool stuff here and lots more coming. I'm trying to be way more active. If you ever want to reach out and ask questions, I have a Discord server as well that I made to connect young students to industry professionals. So if you have questions for me or my colleagues from other departments, not just Unreal or compositing, anything else like Houdini, map painting, anything that comes to mind, go check out that server. The link is also, all the links are here. So I'm gonna go sleep and stop rambling. Any chance of you coming to India? I usually visit from time to time. Not this year. I'm probably gonna come next year for sure. I will be announcing that. I'll let you guys know and we can all hang out. Unreal portfolio review. Yeah, sure, we could do that too. The next stream, just drop by and share your portfolio. We can take a look at the stream together, what we can do to make things better. And if you can't wait until the next stream, you can do it on the Discord server. Just post it there and I'm always available there as well. So I hope you have a good one. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of the day. I'm gonna go sleep my 4 or 5 hours Not good. Don't do this. Get good sleep. But that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you again, and have a good one. Bye bye.